cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi, otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi, otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran, otomatis. Pencairan dana, otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Kelola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja, pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi, otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi, otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran, otomatis. Pencairan dana, otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Kelola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi, otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi, otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran, otomatis. Pencairan dana, otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Kelola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi, otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi, otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran, otomatis. Pencairan dana, otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Kelola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans. Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja, pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi, otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi, otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran, otomatis. Pencairan dana, otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Kelola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi, otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi, otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran, otomatis. Pencairan dana, otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Kelola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi, otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi, otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran, otomatis. Pencairan dana, otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Kelola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja, pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi, otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi, otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran, otomatis. Pencairan dana, Otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Pola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja, pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi? Otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi? Otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran? Otomatis. Pencairan dana? Otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Pola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja, pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished guests and fellow aspiring entrepreneurs. Welcome to a day buzzing with innovation and boundless possibilities. It's an absolute thrill to have you join us today on this great innovation stage for the Midtrans Next Level Goes to Startup World Cup Pitching Day. Please give a big round of applause to all of us here. I'm Sujipatia, your host for today's event. And I'm so honored to be your guide through this extraordinary occasion that casts a brilliant spotlight on the ingenious spirit and unwavering determination of startups across Indonesia. Today marks an exciting confluence of ideas, technology, and ambition. Thanks to the collaborative efforts between Midtrans and Pegasus Tech Ventures, we proudly present a startup pitch competition right here in Indonesia. The feature of this competition is destined for an even grander platform, the global stage. Gather startups from over 70 nations, each vying for pinnacle spot, and for the world champion, a remarkable investment of $1 million awaits, poised to propel their innovation journey even further. This event carries the distinguished name of Midtrans as a regional partner of the Startup World Cup, exemplifying Midtrans' unwavering commitment to fostering innovation and nurturing startups across Indonesia. Following a rigorous evaluation process where countless startups showcased their potential, we've handpicked the creme de la creme, the top 10 startups that are now on the precipice of representing Indonesia at the Startup World Cup. Allow me to introduce you to these promising ventures. Number 1, Ray, PT Pintar Pemenang Asia, Grow, Refunway, Finscore, Pasar Now, PT Mindtera Cita Inovasi, Nafas, Carbon Ethics, and Kick Your Butt Project. Please give a big round of applause to all startups here. And right before our eyes today, these exceptional individuals will unveil their ideas, visions, missions, and dreams to our esteemed panel of judges. To commence today's event, please singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, you may now be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this thrilling journey alongside our top 10 finalists, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed partners, Pegasus Tech Ventures, AC Ventures, Antler, BRE Ventures, Gobi Partners, Calibra Capital, OCBC and ISP Ventura, Open Space, Plug and Play, Skystar Capital, SMDV, Spiral Venture, Sinova Capital, Tree Hill Capital, Ventura, Vertex Ventures, Daily Social, Google Cloud, Kumpul, Teman Startup, Web Engage, Hub.id, Uptown, Ecosystem Startup Studio ID. Their unwavering support and collaborative spirit have been instrumental in bringing the Midtrans Next Level Goes to Startup World Cup to life. Through their dedicated contributions, we are creating a path to unlock a multitude of potentials for innovative ideas and entrepreneurial aspirations to flourish within our local ecosystem. This underscores the profound impact of collective efforts in nurturing the spirit of innovation and driving growth forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are honored to invite the head of Midtrans, Mr. Denu Wiarsandi, to deliver the opening speech. His insight and perspectives will undoubtedly set the tone for the exciting journey that lies ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Denu Wiarsandi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Mohon izin saya bawakan dalam bahasa Inggris. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and distinguished guests, and also fellow enthusiasts of our innovations. Welcome to Midtrans Next Level Goes to Startup World Cup 2023. So first and foremost, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our partner, Pegasus Tech Ventures, for entrusting us as a regional partner to host these esteemed events. Our sincere also goes to the judges that already accept and participating in this esteemed event, and to quest to discover the next Indonesian representative for the Startup World Cup. A special note of appreciations to our event partners for their invaluable assistance in identifying and showcasing numerous high-quality startups. And to the top 10 startups, as well as every startup that already participated, and our audience, both online and also offline, we extend our gratitude. This event stands as our testament of our commitment to foster and growth and prosperity of Indonesian startups. Midtrans not only offers the technological solutions such as payment gateway services to our founders and startups, but it also embarks on the entrepreneurial support and journey with a non-technological support, including mentorship programs and active involvement in international startup competitions. And finally, as we conclude this remarkable event, we extend our wholehearted support to all participating startups, particularly those representing the innovative spirit of Indonesia. Best of luck on your journey ahead as you continue to drive the growth and success of our nation's startup ecosystem. May your endeavors not only uplift your ventures, but also contribute to the overall advancements of Indonesia's entrepreneurial landscape. Thank you for being part of Midtrans Next Level Goes to Startup World Cup 2023. Best of luck. May God be with you. Bismillah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Denu Wiarsandi, head of Midtrans, for sharing your thoughts and setting the stage for today's event. So now let's move forward to gain more valuable insights. Our next speaker represents Pegasus Tech Ventures, a true trailblazer in the world of innovation. Please welcome Mr. Sawyer Tadano, Southeast Asia Regional Manager. Please give a big round of applause.
Greetings and welcome to Startup World Cup, the largest global startup conference and pitch competition. This year, the Startup World Cup will be held in over 50 countries and regions, where the winners of each of these regional events will have the opportunity to come to San Francisco and pitch for the chance to win the $1 million investment prize. It's great to see so many people gathered here today to support the Indonesian startup ecosystem, and I'm very excited to see what the top 10 startups have in store for us today. So a little bit about myself. My name is Sawyer Tadano. I am the Southeast Asia Regional Manager here at Pegasus Tech Ventures, as well as an ambassador for Startup World Cup. As the ambassador, it makes it my role to welcome you all to the event today. And if you have any questions about Startup World Cup or about Pegasus, you can find me during or after the event, and I would be more than happy to have a conversation with you. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our partners at Midtrans, who have been tremendous in helping to bring Startup World Cup to Indonesia. Without their support, none of this would have been possible, so please join me in giving a warm round of applause to our partners at Midtrans. And so a little bit about Pegasus Tech Ventures. So in addition to being the organizers of Startup World Cup, we are a global venture capital firm with headquarters in Silicon Valley and offices around the world. We have over $2 billion in assets under management, and globally, we've made investments in over 250 startups across 3 continents. Behind me, you can see some of the bigger global names we've invested in, which have been in companies such as SpaceX, 23andMe, SoFi, and Bird. In Southeast Asia, we've been actively investing since 2013 and have made over 50 investments in companies such as AlloDoctor, Trevelio, 99.co, Tech in Asia, and many more. That Pegasus Tech Ventures is a little bit different from a more traditional venture capital firm and is differentiated through what we like to call our venture capital as a service model. Pegasus Tech Ventures has funds that are backed by a network of more than 30+ multinational corporations, and we like to make investments that create win-win situations that accelerate the growth of both our corporations and global startups. But why, as a global venture capital firm, did we get involved in Startup World Cup? That behind me, you can see the 4 pillars of our Startup World Cup mission statement, which led us to start this global initiative. So the first one is fostering the discovery of innovation, promoting the spirit of entrepreneurship, creating networks both within the regional ecosystems and to San Francisco. And also, we see Startup World Cup as a platform that creates visibility for startups, both at the regional level, but then also at the global level through our grand finale event. So looking at Startup World Cup by the numbers, across our various regional events and our grand finale, we have over 50,000 attendees, more than 1,000 speakers and judges, over 200 media that cover our Startup World Cup events. And this year, we are expecting Startup World Cup to be held in over 50 countries and regions. Taking a look at some of our past grand finale speakers that we've had the privilege of having tech luminaries from both Silicon Valley and abroad, to speak at our events. And this includes an esteemed list of people like Steve Wozniak, the co-founder of Apple, Mark Randolph, the co-founder of Netflix, C-suite executives from Microsoft, Oracle, LinkedIn, SoftBank. And in our most recent Startup World Cup grand finale, we had the privilege of welcoming both the CTO of Pfizer and the CTO of PayPal. We've also had a list of esteemed past grand finale judges who have helped to decide the grand finale winner for Startup World Cup. This includes individuals such as Jeff Ralston, the former president of Y Combinator, Tim Draper, founder and partner of DFJ and Draper Associates, as well as partners and managing directors from notable VC firms such as Kleiner Perkins, NEA, Khosla Ventures, and representatives from corporate venture capital firms as well, such as M12, which is Microsoft's venture arm, GE Ventures, and IBM Ventures. This is a look at some of our past grand finale winners. That the first grand finale winner was Unifa, an IoT startup for daycares in Japan, out of Japan. Since winning the Startup World Cup, they've been able to grow the business and are looking to go public on the Tokyo Stock Exchange in the coming years. In our second year in 2018, the winner was Luco Labs from the US, which was an MIT lab spin-out that had been able to develop a novel way to monitor cancer patients. In 2019, the winner was Abivin from Vietnam, a transportation and logistics management company. And our most recent winner in 2022 was SRTX, a women's textile brand and company based out of Canada. So as mentioned earlier, the winner of the grand finale has the opportunity to win the $1 million investment prize, but we see the value for startups that go to the grand finale as being far greater than just the $1 million investment prize. That being able to go to San Francisco and network with investors, representatives from corporates and institutional investors as well, has created opportunities and networking that has led not only to the investment at the event, but also connections that have led to cooperation and investments outside of just Startup World Cup itself. And so today, another regional champion will be crowned, who will have the opportunity to go to San Francisco for the chance to win the $1 million investment prize. So for this cycle, we've had regional events from Georgia to Argentina, from Boston to Canada. And today, Startup World Cup stops at Indonesia, where another regional champion will be crowned. Now, taking a look at the 2023 grand finale, that this will be a 3-day event held between November 29th and December 1st at the Hilton in San Francisco. The first day will be the semifinal, where all startups who win their regional events will have the opportunity to pitch and do Q&A with judges. The second day will be a day full of workshops led by professors from Stanford and Berkeley and other industry veterans that will give their insights and share their insights with both startups and corporations alike. And then the Startup World Cup grand finale will wrap up on December 1st with the grand finale, where startups will all have the opportunity to pitch on the main stage, but the top startups from the semifinal will have additional Q&A with judges, and once the grand finale champion is crowned, that there will be a networking party at the end to bring together all of the ecosystem stakeholders. And so the winners of each of the regional events will have the opportunity to meet with the whole Pegasus Tech Ventures team, including our very own Bill Reichert. Bill has an illustrious career in Silicon Valley, where he has led more than 4 startups, 2 of which he was able to exit via IPO in the US before moving over to the investor side, where he's been a venture capitalist for over 20 years. That if you want to learn a little bit more about Bill and his pitching secrets for entrepreneurs, please check out his book, Getting to Wow, which is available on Amazon. And so the reason that we're all here today, the Indonesia Regional Championship. In terms of the flow of today's competition, each startup will have the opportunity to pitch for 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A with judges. Once all of the startups have had the opportunity to pitch, the judges will deliberate and decide who the winner of the event is, which will be announced at the end of today's competition. So I would like to also take this opportunity to thank all of our judges who will be responsible for deciding who the Indonesia regional champion will be today. So I'd like to thank Herianto Tanjo, Head of Merchant Services at GoTo Financial and co-founder of Mocha, Aswin Utomo, CIO and Chief of Staff Technology at Tokopedia, Samira Shahab, Principal at AC Ventures, Amir Kurdimuddin, the General Partner at DSX Ventures, and Ian Suleiman, VP of Investments at Tri-Hill Capital. And so before jumping into today's event, I'd also like to take this chance to show you a trailer for the 2023 grand finale to get everyone excited for today's event.
Who's paying for it? Why do your competitors win?
Welcome to the Startup World Cup.
entrepreneurs with more information that will help them.
We've been through the broadband revolution. We've been
Unveil this new innovation. They are so innovative, and they bring that innovation.
What we're doing was finding young entrepreneurs.
So that's all that I have for you today. If you have any questions about Startup World Cup or about Pegasus, or just want to talk about startups, please find me during or after the event. But otherwise, thank you all for your attention, and let the games begin.
Thank you, Mr. Sawyer Tadano, for your amazing speech and presentations. So now let's meet the esteemed panel of judges who will evaluate and provide valuable feedback to our participants. Their expertise spans various industries and will undoubtedly bring insightful perspectives to the table. So please give a warm welcome to number 1, Mr. Haryanto Tanjo, Head of Merchant Services, GTF and co-founder of Mocha. With almost a decade of experience developing products to support businesses, Haryanto Tanjo currently serves as Head of Merchant Service Go-To Financials, which leads the continuity of all business solution products for MSMEs. Realizing that MSMEs are the backbone of the Indonesian economy, Mr. Haryanto is driven by a passion to empower business actors to grow their businesses and manage their finance effectively. In 2014, Mr. Haryanto founded Mocha and served as CEO. Under his strategic guidance, Mocha has succeeded in becoming the largest point of sale service provider in Indonesia. Mr. Haryanto joined Gojek in 2020 when Gojek acquired Mocha. Mr. Haryanto holds a Master of Business Administration degree from UCLA Anderson School of Management and a Bachelor of Science degree from the University of California, Berkeley. Good afternoon, Mr. So the second judges is Mr. Aswinte Utomo as VP of Engineering Tokopedia. Mr. Aswintanu Utomo is the CIO and Chief of Staff Technology at Tokopedia, overseeing multiple teams such as front-end, core enablers, customer service engineering, enterprise IT group, and more teams that cut across Tokopedia. In addition to his role as CIO, Mr. Aswin is also leading the Chief of Staff Office organization, which brings Tokopedia growing team to a more mature and world-class standard through fruitful collaboration across 5 pillars which include people and culture, organizational excellence, strategic PMO office, IT and financial governance. Mr. Aswin was the founder of a technology startup before it was acquired by Tokopedia. Mr. Aswin received a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science from University of California, San Diego. And next judges is Mr. Amir Karimuddin, General Partner DSX Ventures. Mr. Amir has been involved in Indonesia's startup ecosystem for the past 12 years. Starting from the media side, he now ventures into the capital side by co-founding DSX Ventures. The fantasy is focusing on how startups need to create value and valuation by creating sustainable, revenue-generating business. He's looking into next-generation founders with strong business and product knowledge. And the next judges is Ms. Samira Sihab, Principal Head of Value Creation at AC Ventures. Ms. Samira Shihab, Principal and Head of Value Creation at AC Ventures, guides the team offering strategic and operational aid to the firm's portfolio, spanning growth, governance, development, relations, and advisory. An adept entrepreneur, Samira returned to Indonesia in 2014 after a 12 years international career to harness tech prospects. From tech startup founder to private equity consultant, she crafted operational frameworks and aided new ventures. As CEO of a premier pre-loved fashion e-commerce startup since 2016, she champions gender equality through stellar women and empowerment hub for female leaders. Samira holds a diverse academic background, including a bachelor's degree from Penn State University and an MBA from Santa Clara University. And next judges is Mr. V. Ian Sulaiman, VP of Investment Trail Capital. Mr. Ian is an experienced investment professional with a unique background in mechatronics engineering. Despite his engineering origins, the majority of his career has been dedicated to providing advisory services to major corporations. Ian's career journey led him to manage the support functions of a company of 1,800 employees, including finance, risk, legal, and HR. Drawing upon his experience in both advisory and executive capacities, Ian served as the VP of Investment at Tree Hill Capital. Okay, please give a big round of applause to our judges today. Good afternoon, judges. We hope that all of you are in a good health and in a good condition, and of course, ready to meet all startups very soon. So to ensure fair and smooth competitions, let's go over the ground rules. Number 1, each team will have 10 minutes for their pitch, followed by a 5-minute Q&A session with the judges. The event crew will kindly notify presenters when there are 2 minutes and 1 minute remaining. If the presentation finishes earlier, the remaining time can be utilized for feedback and additional Q&A sessions. Number 2, the jury will pose a maximum of 2 or 3 questions or statements during each Q&A session. During the Q&A session, please note that only the presenter will be permitted to answer questions posed by the judges. Number 3, after each presentation, the judges will have a brief moment to score the startup based on specific criteria. Number 4, regarding the evaluation criteria, the scoring sheet will function as the mechanism through which judges will thoroughly assess the startups based on diverse spectrum of factors. These include the originality of the idea, effective resolution of pain points, in-depth market analysis, evidence of traction, keen competition analysis, well-crafted business strategy, cohesive team dynamics, and the quality of the presentation delivery. Should a tie or closely matched scores arise among top startups, the judges will engage in discussion to determine the ultimate victor. Otherwise, the top startup will be determined using sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Without further ado, our first startup is Ray.id. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Evan Tano Togono, CEO and co-founder Ray.id.
Imagine for a moment that health insurance is like a cupcake in front of you. And a lot of people have been trying to sell that cupcakes, open stalls, open joints, they train people to sell cupcakes, but nobody wants to sell the cupcakes. What's the problem? People don't like that cupcake, right? Maybe it's crumbling, maybe the price is too high, maybe it's too sweet, we don't know. But a lot of people have been trying to sell this cupcake named health insurance, and penetration is not going up, so that's why what Ray is trying to do is actually going into the kitchen, finding the best formula or recipe for the cupcake and deliver to the people. So this is why Ray is an end-to-end health beyond insurance. So the problem that we are trying to solve is very, very big, right? So it lays out beyond just the pain point of health insurance. So the first one is that we see that Indonesians' health are not well protected. So the penetration of health insurance, even with the InsurTech going around, health insurance is lower than 1% forever, right? So it's very stagnant. And that means when we look into the national healthcare spending as well, 70% or 75% is still being self-paid. That means Indonesian people are not protected that well. Secondly, even for people who are buying health insurance, the payers, in this case, the insurers, they are struggling to make consistent profit. This is seen from the average claim ratio of health insurance company, which is at average higher than 90%. So then even when people are protected, the payers or the insurance are struggling. And then lastly, we're also looking at chronic illness as a growing concern in Indonesia, because 70% of the death coming from non-communicable disease, and 26% coming, it's impacting people in the productive age, right? And then we start thinking, why is this happening, right? Why is this problem happening with this cupcake called health protection? Maybe, just maybe, this cupcake called health insurance focuses too much on giving commissions so that the agents can buy Mercedes-Benz rather than giving protection to the people. Maybe this cupcake of health insurance focuses too much on meticulously putting clauses of the claims rather than engaging with the people and walking with the people along the way of healthcare. Or maybe this cupcake of insurance, they focus too much on administering just the sickness events rather than walking with people and trying to focus on making the people living a better life and healthier life. So that's why when Ray comes into the market, this is what we deliver, end-to-end health, full stop. Because at the end of the day, people don't care about how many pages of the policies, people don't care about the clauses, but people focus on having access to healthcare in the most protected way. Everything has been paid, everything is taken care of, and they can live a better life. So we deliver end-to-end health. That means from prevention to the healthcare, to the protection, integrated in a single subscription. So from the user point of view, this looks just like a Netflix. If you access entertainment from Netflix or Spotify, this is your Netflix for your healthcare. You have access to preventive care, you have access to curative care, doctors, pharmacies, and everything has been paid. You just pay in one subscription. And we are focusing to serve the underserved market of Indonesia. We are the third insurtech platform to be registered in OJK. And we explain everything, all the business model to OJK, that we want to just giving people access, just focus on accessing your healthcare without thinking about the complexity. The approach is very, very simple. We put three things. The first one is the preventive healthcare. So this consists of wellness features that you can use while you are healthy and keeping you healthy. A second is when people are unwell, you can use all of this from the primary care, the pharmacy delivery, all the way to the visits to the doctor, to the general practitioner, or outpatient, inpatient. And when somebody starts developing chronic disease, they can start having management program as well, because you like it or not, most of us needs to deal with it one day, right? And we need something to take care of our health. And guess what? This is where the insurance comes, right? The insurance stays at the back just to pay and making sure that all of these are accessible to people and it pays for all the healthcare. And this is delivered end-to-end, delivered just as a one experience. Now, for the members is the top row, but the bottom row is for the business. What does each of this do to the business, right? So the preventive healthcare reduces the long-term risks for the chronic disease. The curative healthcare optimize the clinical pathways and the cost, and then the insurance provides the framework. Now imagine when we have all of this, the members or the customers will have all healthcare coming in one place, very, very easy. And then two, it's affordable because the cost is optimized. And then three, the care is personalized. And then we have all the data for each and every individual member in Ray so that we can prevent fraud and anything, but essentially we can also predict and prevent chronic disease. So let me just share how it looks like. This is when people are healthy. In health insurance, typically, you just wait until you're sick and then you use the insurance. But here, we focus on how you can live your life better life. One-stop personalized program, because we believe that healthier people will cost less. And we believe that healthier people comes from what you eat, which is we have nutrition. what you think. We have mental wellness program and what you do. So that's why we have exercise as well. So this is a one-stop personalized program. Why we think about personalized? Because we have the curative healthcare. We have the data. We can predict when someone have pre-hypertension, for example. We create a program personalized for this member. And then we can arrange if he or she needs to speak with a nutritionist and psychologist, but again, it's data-driven, it's personalized. The data, the electronic health records is embedded inside of the platform, so we can be really, really personalized. You can connect with any wearables, and this is the part that I really like, is collecting the rewards. The more people are using the wellness features in Ray, you get more rewards. Why we are able to do this? Because we have the insurance and we have the economic value of giving these rewards to people, so people can use the wellness features, get healthier, lower the risk of the insurance, and then we got better profit from the insurance side. And then when people are not healthy, then we have the healthcare and claims. People can talk with the doctors. It's unlimited. The longest that we have is a member chatting with our doctor for 13 hours. And this is free. We don't charge anything extra. This is like a private doctor as well. The doctor knows you with the electronic health records, the allergy, the diagnostics history, and etc. If there is a medications needed, we deliver to your doorsteps. Again, everything is free. And then if you need to go to offline, we book it for you. You just walk there. The booking is already made. The claim is 100% paperless, no claim form. We are the only one in Indonesia who can do paperless. And then we have a Ray card. So this card is a real card. This is approved by Bank Indonesia. So basically, this card you can just bring to every provider in Indonesia without thinking, oh, this is a network, this is not network. With this card, this is a payment card. You just swipe as long as they have EDC machines, and then just go home. It's on us. We have a member in Manokwari, the city that has no online object. There is no online delivery service, but with this card, a family, they're subscribing to Ray and get their medical needs fulfilled. This is the growth in 12 months. We launched the product exactly a year ago, July, a little bit more. So we've seen an active member of 27 times growth, ARR growing for more than 80 times. And then this is one thing that unlocks the entire myth of health insurance industry, because in Indonesia now the average of claim ratio is 90%. We achieve it at 40%. This is 1 year of data, and we show that we deliver 2x profitability for the insurance side. Why? Because we walk with members along the way when they need healthcare, so we can create an efficiently personalized healthcare. We detect frauds better because we have all the data and interactions end-to-end from the healthcare side. And then with the wellness and the preventive mindset, we attract healthier people. So now people who are healthy, they are buying Ray, not like before, oh, I'm not buying insurance because I'm not going to use it. But now everybody going to Ray and making sure the risk ratio is balanced inside of Ray. This is the business clients that we have. The first organization that adopts us is the Indonesian Air Force. So this is one of the highest performing organization in the country, and they use us. And this also shows that now we can go beyond insurance roles, and military used to be excluded in insurance, but now we can take care of their health. So that's the last slide that I have. You know, I have to make 6 slides, so I took out the founder slide. But that makes sense, because today is not about me, it's not about Ray, it's not about the startup. Today is about, you know, we look at health, and people are not protected, and people need a health solution, something that takes care of their health. And maybe we focus too much on the platform, on the technology integration. Oh, this founder's making this startup, this technology, this platform, blah, blah, blah. But sometimes we forget that what we need to do is just taking care of the people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Evan. Please remain on the stage for the Q&A sessions. Wow, what a great presentations, and the visuals are captivating. Okay, so judges, it's time to judges to give questions to Mr. Evan. You only have 5 minutes. Please.
Hello. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for your presentation. So I feel that product market fit is very important, but I also think that founder market fit is even more crucial. So I actually am very curious about your background and also the team's background, and why does your team or your management leadership, why did you guys start this in this industry, and just a little bit about your story?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you so much for your question. I'll start with myself. We have a slide, but we hide it. So I started my career as a consultant with BCG, then I moved to Tokopedia. I then joined an insurance company. Back then, when I joined an insurance company called Sequis Life, I never cared about insurance. In fact, I hate insurance, and when my friend called me and asking for a coffee and they turned out to be an insurance agent, I will hate them for life, right? But then I start realizing that Indonesian people are not protected, and by digital, we should be able to help. One of the examples is that now if you buy health insurance, big chunk of it comes as a commission, right? So then we feel that, oh, with the digital, we can help it. So then part of my background was building digital insurance with Sequis. And then by the time I left Sequis, we showed that it's showing, sustainability, traction, and profitability as well. There's a channel conflict typically, right? So, like agents and everything, they don't like what we do with digital. The other founder that has the same background with me is David Nugroho. So David is a veteran in the industry, in the insurance industry. He spent 25 years in insurance industry, last 13 in Prudential. If you know Pulse, the app of Prudential. He was the chief digital of Prudential before he resigned. He was one of the ideating father of Pulse. And he has the same problem, and basically they just want to make cool apps and not taking care of the well-being and the life of the people. We have two other co-founders, Bobby, coming from Tokopedia as well. Bobby is our CTO, having worked in a big tech companies before, and we have Rosie. Rosie is our product and operations and healthcare person. He's a trained pharmacist, having worked with Kimia Pharma, building the primary care system for one of the highest organization for managed care, other than BPJS. And then now they are with us. The rest of the team, we have capability and advisors from insurance side, from healthcare and tech. We have our own underwriting experts, actuarial and claim experts. But the underlying message is that all of the people in Ray are not people who like insurance, but we are people who hate insurance, and we want something to be changed.
Okay, thank you so much. So this is a 1 minute left. Okay, 1 minute left. Any judges? Do you have any questions?
Sure,
okay,
I have
one last question.
Can you hear me? Is the mic on? Okay, cool. Thanks for the presentation, Evan. I have a question about your go-to-market strategy. I think as you pointed out, insurance has a negative connotation, probably because it's linked to MLM model and hard selling and whatnot, right? And you also mentioned that you're going after the underserved segment, which probably insurance, depending on that segment, right? But if it's the lower SASD segment, insurance is probably the last thing that they have in mind, because they are still worried about just meeting ends need and day-to-day needs, right? What is your strategy to educate this underserved market, and how do you plan to grow going forward? And also, if you can share, I think you have had great traction in the last 12 months. What has been your main go-to-market strategy?
Thanks so much.
Mr. Evan, you only have 1 minute left to answer.
Okay, so there are two angles of go-to-market. One is education, definitely how you tell people, but the second thing is actually how we make the cupcakes, right? And I think one thing that we do differently than other insurtech players is that we actually change the product and experience, right? We simplify health insurance, health protection into just healthcare. And if we say about insurance policies, clauses, and everything, people may not understand, but if we say about healthcare, everybody can relate and everybody understands, right? So we say, you have been sick, I've been sick, right? We see doctor, you see doctors. This is just something to help you see doctor in a better way, and it's affordable, and you don't need to spend a fortune like insurance today. Our pricing right now is very, very much more affordable. So that's the plan for go-to-market. We sell to people that this is affordable. You have all the healthcare from one place, full stop, right? So you don't need to think about the complexity of an insurance. Just think about healthcare because you need it, and then that works so far.
Okay, Mr. Evan, time is up. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Evan. You can return to your seat. Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Evan got 2 questions from the judges. And Ray ID is like answering the health problems, which reminds us how important health is. So we are curious about the second startups. Next up, we have FinScore. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Johannes Rico, CEO and co-founder FinScore.
Yeah, good afternoon, judges and fellow participants. Yeah, my name is Rico. I'm the CEO and co-founder of FinScore. I'm really happy to be here. Yeah, for a little background, before I started this startup, started my career as a credit analyst. In a credit analyst, I need to check many single documents, many paper of works, and it's very tiring. And yeah, as you can see right now in your hand, there's an example of bank statement. That's only one bank statement from one borrowers that only have 3 months and then from 2 different banks. Can you imagine if me as the credit analyst need to assess another 20 borrowers? It will be so hard, right? Yeah. So I will walk through you guys about daily life about the credit analyst. Yeah, as you can see in this picture, this is the younger me when I still a credit analyst with a ton of paperwork, and it's really stressful. Yeah, I need to check one by one, line per line, transaction per transactions to make sure that the transaction is real. I will explain a little bit of the credit analysis process. In the credit analysis, we need to check the 2 main things. The first thing is we need to check the willingness to pay of the borrowers. This part already helped by the other players like the conventional players, Pefindo, or the other fintech like ScoreLife, AI4C, and this place already crowded. Yeah, we're trying to solve for the bank statement analysis because as an analyst, mostly we need to check this because I need to check the capacity to pay of the borrower, and mostly we need to check this part. And then in this banking statement, I can see like the real onset, and then who is the supplier, who is the buyers, and then like we can also see the habit of the borrowers, if they paid on time or late. Yeah, that's so much information in the bank statements. That's why with FinScore we want to digitalize this process, because mostly the credit underwriting is mostly broken 80% when we do bank statement analysis. Yeah, unfortunately I'm not alone. Mostly the bankers who done the credit analysis feel the same process. Yeah, like my ex-boss in BCA also feel the same. Even this process has never changed when he's still an analyst until he became a head of credit in BCA. The process is still the same. It took a long of time, very manuals, and also it needs very high concentration to do this. And this process also prone to fraud. Every fraudster now can duplicate, can change the number, and sometimes if a credit analyst is not aware and he is not senior enough, maybe they could approve the credit. And imagine there will be a non-performing loans in the banks that because the analyst is missed. That's why we will develop the FinBoard, the FinScore dashboard. In here, the analyst could easily upload every files like PDF, image. They just upload in this dashboard, and then they will get the result in an instant. They will get the result in an Excel files, so they can integrate to their banking system. They can easily track the result of the bank statement that we already analyzed for them. We could give like the total transaction that already we window dressing, and then we also could give like would calculate the cash-to-cash cycle to determine the cash balance of the borrower. And the most important feature, we also can differentiate if the files is fraud or not. We can detect the suspicious transaction in the bank statement, and also we know if the files already tampered or not. Yeah, we also have traction from several clients. Right now we have 11 clients and pipelines. With them, we also already process around 200 bank statements with almost 4,000 pages transaction in there. And then among of those files, we also found that 10 of the bank statement is fraud. So we already help our client to reduce the non-performing loan that will be happen in their company. Yeah, I think all of you also exciting about the market sizing, right? Yeah, FinScore is a niche market with a big opportunities. Currently in Indonesia, we have around 35,000 financial institutions that include like banks, BPR, cooperative, or multi-finance that operates in Indonesia. If we can serve 25% of them, we will generate like 100 million USD revenue. So we will become the unicorn in the future. This is how we achieve the state of the unicorn. The first phase, we are going to build the finboard that give the descriptive analysis. And then the second phase, we will build the FinSight to give the prescriptive analysis. And in the third phase, we will build the Fin AI. We will using AI to give predictive analysis for the banks so they can more easily to approve or reject several borrowers that coming to them. Yeah, when I said about the unicorn thing, it's not, we already do the benchmarking because there is some company named Perfios in India that already in the unicorn stage. And we also already experience using the Perfios. And mostly what we experience is the Perfios is not that good. We think they don't give 100% that needs by credit analysts and they don't understand the Indonesian market. Yeah, that's why with the super team, we will make it this happen to journey to make the FinScore into unicorn status. And then we also beneficial with the great advisor. The first is Tanis. He is an ex-banker that turned into successful in the startup world. And then the other is Anton Chan that already experienced in 16 years in banking industry. So, and then also our co-founders also have more than 8 years experience in digitized lending in the previous company. So with this team, we can make this happen, and please join us to transform the digitized lending in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Thank you so much. Please remain on the stage. Same as before, we only have 5 minutes for Q&A session. So judges, if you have any insights, opinion, or question, please go first. Okay, Mr. Amir,
Yeah,
please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentations. I would like to ask about your current stage. I mean, like you're mentioning about your phase. You're mentioning about the idea of being a unicorn. Tell me about your ARR. Tell me about your business. Tell me about your attractions. I don't see much about it.
Yeah, currently we are just we are only formed about 3 months. Currently we already two clients that already signed with us that already paid us real money, and the others, the 9 is already hot pipelines that really want to use us. So currently we are in the bootstraps stage, and we are looking for seeds. And then if we have the seeds, we are going to build the full Finboard system in the FinScore. But right now, the banks already happy with our products. They can easily doing the window dressing process, that analysis in the bank statement. So they so it's already helps they so much lah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rico. We still have time for a Q&A session. Judges, do you still have any questions or insight? Okay, Mr. Please.
What do you think that needs to happen well in order for the business to reach unicorn, let's say?
Yeah, the first thing is we need to build the dashboard technology to happen that could make the financial institution feel so much easier, because right now already years that financial institution don't have any progress doing in doing credit analysis. Mostly the digital one is the consumptive in the consumptive space, but in the productive space, mostly even the fintech still doing manually. That's why when we launch our other products like bank statement, and we cross analysis with the financial statements, we can reduce the manpower cost of the banks. So it will makes the financial institution want to use us, and then we can launch other products in the future like predictive analysis to make life is more easy.
Okay, okay, Mr. Rico. I am informed that we still have time for this Q&A session. Any judges? Do you still have insights or opinion or input for Mr. Rico? Don't want?
I'll
Okay.
ask a question.
Please, last questions.
Hi, Rico.
Hi.
So I think my question is on your differentiation. It feels like, like with the rise of AI these days, right? It is, it's something that can be easily replicated by other competitors, not just in Indonesia, but also overseas, right? How would you, in your opinion, what is your barrier to entry, and how do you differentiate yourselves?
Yeah, currently FinScore, all of the founders is in Indonesian, and we know this market better than the others fintech in other countries. And then we also, our products, we also have our own algorithm to process more than 100 various bank statements. That's why we still believe that the other fintech, if they want to jump into Indonesian market, they will not grow as fast as we can. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Please give a big round of applause from FinScore. Mr. Rico, you can return to your seat. Thank you so much for the great presentations. Okay, so Mr. Rico have successfully answered all the questions from the judges. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot wait to see the next startup presentation. Is it more exciting? Okay, let's find out. The next startup. Okay, we have Pasar Now, Mr. James Rijanto, CEO of Pasar Now.
Greetings, judges and audience. My name is James, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Pasar Now. We are an agri-tech platform that helps restaurants and businesses source for their daily fresh and staple goods directly from farmers and also food principals. We started in 2020 during the height of the pandemic, and even though we started as a group buying platform for groceries, today we have transformed ourselves into a B2B platform that serves all kinds of B2B business, starting from GT, these are your typical SMEs like warung and street side vendors, to Horeca, food industries, modern trade and supermarkets, and also e-commerce platforms like Gojek and Grab. We estimated that the total value and market size for this B2B market in Indonesia is around $260 billion. As you can see on the slide behind me, this is how traditionally been the flow of goods from the farmers to the customers, where it is organized, fragmented, and going through many layers of middlemen and stopovers. As such, we oftentimes find the price markup can go as high as 500% or even more. And also the wastage can be as high as 50% only on the distribution and the unsold food alone. This also caused a major pain points for the restaurants and B2B customers, because now they have to deal with inconsistent supply and quality. They have to deal with different vendors for different kind of SKUs, and they have to deal with high price and limited coverage from the current suppliers. So essentially what we do at Pasar Now is we're trying to help simplify the complex value chain by connecting the farmers and the customers directly, and basically helping on all aspects of the supply chain and marketing. We also empower our farmers by providing them with data and information regarding the sales forecast, so therefore they can make their harvest plan better and much more efficient and effectively. And our business customers also now have an option for a one-stop shop supply that has great SLAs and wide coverage. As we deal with the complex nature of our business, we invest a lot on our technology. Our suppliers and farmers, when they list with us, are not just exposed to the customers in our ordering platform, but also across all the marketplace that we work with, such as the Gojek, Tokopedia Now, and also GrabMart, and more. Since we deal with the fresh and highly perishable nature of products, we also build our ERPs to have the analytics capability to look into our historical track records and sales forecasts to enable our team to make better demand prediction. As such, our stock inventory days for fresh goods is very low at only 1.4 days. And currently the wastage is less than 1%. We also built our own warehouse and transport management system and CRM to better optimize our operations and also make everything more aligned. And currently the team is also working on integrating some AI features on some process as well, namely the Salesforce automation and also the logistic planning. These are basically some of the samples of our customers that partner with us. Currently, we have more than 5,000 active customers. We're present in 3 cities of Jabodetabek, Bandung, and Surabaya. And we are currently working with over 300 farmers across Sumatra, Java, and some parts of Sulawesi. And we're also close to break even on the EBITDA level profitability. So hopefully by the end of the year, we can also hit that milestones and become a self-sufficient startup. That's it, guys. Thank you, and looking forward for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. So Mr. James has managed to explain effectively, and we are eager to hear the feedback or questions from the judges. Please, judges, if you have any questions, please go first. Okay, Mr. Amir, please.
All right, thank you. Pasar Now is basically working with, many nodes in the ecosystem from the farmers into the customers. Can you share a little bit with us? I mean, like we see that there is struggles. I mean, like among players in the industry about making everything seamless and sustainable. How do you see Pasar Now can build like sustainable business to connect with all these nodes? And can you share with what kind of customers or with what kind of size that you think is the most difficult one to crack based on your experience?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. So this fresh agri-tech supply chain is a very complex business because you deal with a lot of uncertainties on the perishable and whatnot. So basically our recipe has been focusing first on a specific type of SKUs before expanding, right? We also basically take our time to build the system because everything is interconnected from the sourcing on the supply side to the demand side. You miscalculate some aspect on the sourcing side, it becomes an unsold product and it goes to waste and you lost a lot of money. Same as on the demand, you have a low SLA. So what we do is basically we try to matching it slowly but surely, and basically invest on the technology to better align our team across the whole information, across our operations, right? So, when we started, we do a bit of B2C, and then we go across to the, like the small, medium enterprise B2B. But today, I think our strategy is to find like a slightly larger customer base, such as the supermarkets, such as the HoReCa, food industries, and so on. So, yeah. I hope that answers the questions, by the way.
Okay, Mr. James. So other judges, do you have any questions or feedback? Okay. Please,
what
Mr.
have
Ian.
been your wins and what have been your challenges?
I think we have a lot of small wins. I think big wins is basically, securing some of the farmers, securing some of the food principals that also trust us to become their distributorship. So that way we can optimize both the combined, not only the fresh, but also the consumer goods product. Basically, only a year ago, we were operating at minus 20% on our EBITDA level. Currently, we stand on a single-digit, mid-single-digit minus level. I think my estimate, by adding a few more customer base and contracts, we can be on the black. So I consider those small wins as accumulated as a big win. Yeah.
Okay, one more question, or last question, or feedback.
James, what would you think is your biggest key differentiation compared to your competitors? What's the advantage that you have?
Sure, thank you, Aswin. So I think our strength is the ability to not just do trading, but also having a lot of processing and customization and also value add. In fact, we also start coming up with our own fruits brand called Petik. It's available in some supermarkets like Indomaret and Hero and Food Hall, etc. And using that knowledge, we basically try to apply those skills and capabilities across all our customer base. So we're not just a trading company that basically buys from farmers in large batch and basically sell it to a wet market in one go, but we have the ability to do all the processing. Number two, I think we have quite a bit of expensive assortment in terms of our product. That's why the customers like us. They treat us as a one-stop shop solutions. And I think our technology and supply chain basically enable us to do very competitively in terms of SLA. For example, many of our customers, before they shop with us, they have to order 2 or 3 days in advance, right? And will be delivered H+3, H+4. With us, they can basically order by 5 o'clock and be delivered to their stores or whatever by in the morning. So yeah, all of the above.
Okay, fortunately we still have time. So other judges, if you don't have any questions, maybe feedbacks. Okay, Mr. Haryanto.
Hi, James.
What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up? Hey, I have a question, right? So if you can you tell me in one sentence, what is your pitch when you meet a farmer? And what is your pitch in one sentence when you meet a horeca?
To the farmers, I tell them, I have the customer base, I have the supply chain to help you, and I can increase your productivity and your income. To the horeca, I basically tell them that you don't have to deal with many suppliers. Try to shop with us. We can provide a great SLA to you.
Got it, thank you.
Okay, please give a big round of applause for Mr. James from Pasar Now. CEO Pasar Now, thank you, Mr. James. Wow, so Pasar Now, the one-stop digital solutions for food supply. The mission of Pasar Now, make food supply more accessible, affordable, and efficient for all food businesses in Indonesia. And we are more curious about the next presentation. Okay, let's welcome Jessica Martin, CEO and co-founder, Grow.
Good afternoon, esteemed judges and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jessica Martin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Grow. And Grow is here to help families literally grow their babies and families through nutritious and delicious food. Whether you're a parent or not, I'm sure you will not be surprised, right, if you hear that one of the top causes for parental stress is actually the hassle around mealtime. And trust me, because I have a 4-year-old at home, and I'm carrying one on the way right now. Thank you. And we parents are worried about this for a very good reason. The moment you find out that you're pregnant, you start paying more attention to what you eat because your baby is essentially eating what you're eating. And why do we care so much about that? Obviously, we know that nutrition is a very important part of our well-being, right? But the role that nutrition plays is even more important during the first 1,000 days of life, which starts during conception. That's when we develop most of the function in our body, in our brain, and most importantly, immune system as well. And malnutrition during this golden period of time can have an effect that lasts for a lifetime. And that's why parents spend so much trying to fulfill the nutritional needs for the babies, whether that's food or formula. And the spending on baby food reaches in total 3.9 billion in Indonesia 2023. And this number will continue to grow, right? Our aim is to be able to serve 1% of that market in the next 5 years to come. So how are we going to do that? We are on the journey of building a tech-enabled food ecosystem, which consists of food service and food product. And this will redefine the way that parents think about fulfilling nutrition for their little ones. Our meal subscription replaces hours of research, planning, groceries, and cooking into just a few simple steps. To date, we have served over 800,000 meals to tens of thousands of parents across Indonesia, giving back precious hours for deserving parents who are very busy. We have hundreds of menus. Each are carefully crafted by a team of nutritionists, chefs, food scientists, and most importantly, they're all approved by pediatricians. And there's a good reason on why we work so hard on finding all of these menus, right? We want to grow our next generation to be a generation of adventurous eaters who will love nourishing food for the years to come. I welcome you judges to try one of the best-selling menus that we have. It's a beef rendang. So maybe it's a little bit hard to imagine babies eating rendang, but yes, it is possible. It is not just okay, it is actually very good. It's full with spices and herbs for the babies, and they're all free of added salt and sugar. I'm sorry, I don't have one for everyone. On top of the high-quality products that we have, our meal subscription is also offered through a subscription management platform. And this platform allows parents to personalize the needs depending on however their needs are changing. For example, like the texture of the food. So you see there's two different textures that we offer, so you can personalize that based on the age of your baby as well. And while we adults, we are very spontaneous of what we eat. We haven't really thought about, what I want to have for dinner, right? But when it comes to, parents and their children, they're going to be a very meticulous planner. Again, trust me. On top of the food service that we've built, we are also aggressively building the food product portfolio that we have. And the goal is simple. We want to diversify the product offerings that we have to capture more segment of audience, as well as offering products at affordable price point. And this food product will also allow us to distribute to a much larger retail network throughout the nation. In the past 2 years, we've grown more than 18 times since we launched in 2020. For the first time last year, we booked over $1 million in sales. And we continuously improve the retention of our customers as well as the profit margin, which is one of the ways that we want to continue to operate moving forward. We want to be a self-sustainable company as well. The plan is to quadruple this revenue in the next 2 years. And there are 3 major initiatives that we are focusing on. First is we want to continue doing product development. We want to cater more customers, offering them more variety of products that are relevant for different groups of spending power. Second, we want to bring our products closer to customers as well. That's why we work together with retailers. We work together with different point of interest, such as like playgrounds, children's clinic, and many more. And last but not least, we are going to continue building our direct-to-consumer platform, which is our website, that serves almost 60% of our revenue at the moment. That's why we have a very unique positions, because we have that direct relationship with our consumers. And they basically help us make those data-driven decisions when it comes to marketing strategies, product development, as well as a lot of other aspects of the business. And these are the team that's going to realize those plans. I'm here together with my 2 co-founders, Ratna and Faris. And our team is equipped with diverse and extensive experience in both building consumer brand as well as consumer platform. These are some of the investors, angels, as well as expert matter advisors that have been supporting our vision since day one. And hopefully, we'll meet some very exciting new member of the growing family as well today. Thank you so much, and looking forward to any questions or feedback.
Okay, wow. What a great presentations and detailed explanation. I think that the judges are very happy to get a free snack from you.
Everyone will get one.
Yeah, let's hear what the judges think. Any questions or any feedback about the food or about the presentations, please?
Thank you so much for the presentation. So I have a question about your consumer. Can you just walk us through your segment and who are you catering to?
Okay.
And also, if you can also walk through the pricing.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for the questions. So we actually did a survey with over 1,000 respondents within our consumers to understand where they're coming from, what's their daily activities look like. And what came as a surprise to us is that 55% of them are working moms, which is pretty low compared to what we had expected. So we thought this would be, solely relevant for just working moms. We were expecting like 70 or 80% split between working and stay-at-home moms. But apparently 55% of them are working moms and 45% are stay-at-home moms. That means the question here and the challenge that they face is not just a matter of like whether time is of availability, right? Because there's like planning, you need to do some research into like, what actually is safe for my baby, what is good for my baby. So that's where we come in. We provide a solutions that, goes end to end, right? That's first. So in terms of like their demography, and then age, female 25 to 35, and majority 70% are first-time parent. So they use our product on their firstborn, right? And that is also very encouraging because we know the average babies per woman in Indonesia is about 2.3. So that means the hope is like if we're able to retain them on their first baby, they're likely going to come back when they have the second or third one, right? And then we also ask questions about like household income and how much they're spending on the babies and what they think is the number one factor that will contribute to the kids growing to be someone successful or not. And everyone agrees that nutrition is number one, right? So that is, I think those are some of the the key factors of like a key demo of our family, the families that we serve. And your second question was like about the pricing. So each of the meal comes down to about 30,000. Each of the meals that we serve you right now. The snack is also just by coincidence they're about the same price. So the snack is 29,000, and we've also continuously trying to come up with products that are more affordable. When we first started, it's a very completely different price point. And we understand that if we want to go into serving and helping more parents, then we had to make that shift.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jessica. Yeah. And one more questions from the judges or any feedback or input? Okay, Mr. Ian, please.
One question. You mentioned about the household income.
Yes.
What's the range of household income of the current market and the new targeted market that you mentioned earlier?
Okay, so based on our survey, which we did end of last year, so I think it's we're gonna have to renew that very soon. 60% of our respondents mentioned that the household income combined between the mom and dad are between 10 to 20 million. So we know that means whether they're both working or they have to be working on like a maybe not really like a blue collar positions, right? It's an office positions. So with the new products that we have, right now the snack that we have here with you, the 29,000, is the cheapest line of product that we have for the moment. But moving forward, I think we're trying to work on some products without compromising on the quality, obviously. So we're going to come up with like smaller size or serving size products. Our target is like to be able to come up with products that are about $1, so 15 to 20,000. And with that, we're hoping we can increase the customer segment on the group of like between 5 to 10 million, which is now like a pretty low contributors of our customer.
Okay, Mr. Rian, thank you so much for the questions. Okay, one more questions. Oh. One more questions. Okay, Mr. Haryanto, please.
Hi, Jessica. I also have 3-year-old at home. Be sure to pass on the
Yes,
Vincent
please.
Dang and get his feedback on product market fit. My question is, how do your customers or the moms typically order for the kids? Is it like, do they order like one meal for the day, or do they like order throughout the week, and there's like a scheduled like catering, so to speak?
Yeah. So when we first launched, the only product that we have is the subscription. So you have to subscribe to at least like 3 days or a week, right? But it is very, very flexible anyway. So if you purchase like a week, a week worth of subscription, it doesn't mean you have to get the delivery like Monday through Friday nonstop. You can choose to like do like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or whenever you need it, basically. So that's what we meant by the flexibility, right? But as we're trying to expand our customer base, we started listing our products on GoFood and GrabFood. So now you can actually get things instantly, but obviously you have to, it's on a first come first serve basis. So not always like we don't always have like every products available, right? So I think there's like a trade-off there. But as of like right now, the contribution of revenue, like majority is coming from our own website actually, which is a very very unique, I think, for a D2C or a consumer brand right nowadays, right? It's about 60%. It has come down as we try to expand, more of like the, to grow the revenue. It has expanded into other channels as well. Like Tokopedia is starting to contribute more, more and more as well. So the goal is to be omni-channel and to win in each of the channels that we're present.
Okay, let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Jessica Martin, CEO and his co-founder, Grow. Let's grow.
And we have, by the way, please help yourself to a complimentary snack. So it's not just for the judges. So we have one for everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Wow, what a great presentations. And thank you for giving us a free snack. So Grow, who helps families grow with nutritious and delicious food. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, what innovations are offered by the next startup? Let's find out. And let's welcome Mr. Nathan Rostandi, CEO Nafas.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is my first time in Indonesian Shark Tank, so it's going to be fun. My name is Nathan Rostandi, and I'm the co-founder of Nafas, and we're building an operating system for healthy air quality that's designed for emerging markets. So air pollution is, well, specifically outdoor air pollution is a systemic environmental problem. And in recent months, I think especially this has become very visible, very palpable. When you wake up, you can see the sky. That is not fog, that is a cloud of pollutants. But what is less known is the problem of indoor air pollution. And the fact that buildings, or poorly regulated buildings, especially in emerging markets, are making us sick, they're making us less productive and living shorter lives. So when you open the Nafas app, you can see basically a real-time access into air quality levels. So if you open our app right now, you can see that just right outside this building, the PM 2.5 levels is about 40. And the levels inside here, well, it's 41. So basically about par. So whatever it is outside is also inside. And this is the big problem that we're discovering, is that something called sick building syndrome. And this device, by the way, this is an indoor air quality monitor. So this is a device that we have designed and manufactured. It's actually built here locally in Indonesia. And this device measures all sorts of things: particles, gases, temperature, humidity, and it tells you basically what's in the air that you are breathing. So the Nafas ecosystem is here to help. We view ourselves as an urban health and wellness platform. We have an outdoor air quality data. Think of it as the Google Maps for air pollution. If you want to go out for a run, if you want to take your kid out for a walk, you can check our app and you can access data, and you'll get access to real-time data across 15 cities in Indonesia. So this is a private network that we have installed ourselves. And the second aspect is that we have something called Clean Air Zones. And Clean Air Zone is a subscription-based service to help businesses provide healthy air quality. And this is also our major, our core revenue stream right now. So this device here is part of that Clean Air Zone ecosystem. So this device can control a fleet of purifiers. We have different sizes from little towers, big towers, units that we attach to the ceiling. Basically, it's a full modular system that is a plug-and-play solution for any type of building, and we sell it as a service. So no upfront costs. Businesses don't have to pay, to purchase and maintain assets. We take care of everything from the initial survey, the installation, maintenance, filter replacements, and we basically also give them a Clean Air Zone certification. And the certification, you can think about it as kind of like the Michelin star for healthy buildings or healthy businesses in polluted cities, right? So if you want to know, wow, the air quality is so bad outside, I want to go to a co-working space that has healthy air quality. I want to go to a gym that has healthy air quality. I want to go to, other types of establishments. Our directory on our app provides that sort of as a guide to help you find Clean Air Zone destinations. Now, with all the data that we're collecting, and we're collecting vast amounts of data across our outdoor and indoor network, and what we're building with all that data is something called an air quality health score. And an air quality health score is basically an algorithm that takes into account air quality that you're exposed to. So, when you spend 8 hours in your home, and your home is a clean air zone, you spend another 8 hours in your office, and your office is a clean air zone. Over time, we can start to build a health score that is unique to your air quality exposure. And I think, air quality is such an important health metric that the more you know about, what someone's breathing, the more you can tell about that person's health, right? It becomes sort of an indicator for a way to quantify the health risks of, breathing polluted air, but also conversely, the gains that you get from breathing healthier air quality. And this is a health score that also helps with businesses. We use this also as a sustainability metrics. A lot of businesses, now have ESG initiatives and they have responsibilities. And so basically as part of that, by providing a healthy workspace, that counts towards their ESG contribution. So the economics of a sort of hardware as a service business is quite interesting. By going B2B, enables us to capture very large average contract values. We're now working with big businesses. We're working with companies like advertising companies, shipping companies, providing our service into their offices. We're doing pilots in 5-star hotels. This OpEx model is something that's very, very interesting for them, so they don't have to buy assets. We basically provide everything. And basically this enables us to, one, capture sizable average contract values. We've recently secured our first 3-year contracts. And basically with these long-term contracts, it also gives us the ability to seek financing. And sort of these are things that we're thinking about into, how do we build sort of like an efficient, cash business whereby we can leverage these long-term B2B contracts for financing. And so because we maintain our own inventory and we have full control over the design of our hardware, we've designed our hardware to be fully modularized, right? So think about, if, a typical consumer product will last about 3 years, and then when it's done, you chuck it out. We've designed it to be completely modularized. So now $1 of inventory that was initially giving you only $3 of revenue is now giving you $5 of revenue and lasting, a few years extra. And that has a huge impact on gross margins. And of course, because we manufacture our devices here locally, that also gives us access into, how do we, control and how do we basically predict sort of economies of scale from just, producing more devices. And we're basically figuring out ways of, how do we turn this business into a business that can generate very solid gross margins. So Why now? I think there are a few headwinds that is on our favor. I think air pollution now is a much bigger issue. I think, you know, unfortunately it's here to stay. And in countries like Indonesia, it's a problem that's just only going to get worse, unfortunately. And I think this is going to drive the demand for healthy indoor spaces. And I think this presents a huge opportunity because with clean air zones, it is the most accessible and scalable way to basically provide healthy air quality inside buildings. And I think health and wellness in general is just this, you know, huge trend that's especially championed by the younger demographic. I think post-COVID, it really highlighted the fact that, you know, air quality is a huge driver of airborne diseases. When you have poor air quality, then your risk of basically getting something like COVID or flu or any airborne disease multiplies. And I think, you know, ESG has been a big tailwind for us as well because a solution such as ours, by providing a healthy workspace, that contributes into the social part. So it's a really easy way for businesses to tick off some of their ESG boxes, and it's packaged, and we package it as a health and wellness offering for employees. And I think, you know, once you become a clean air zone, and every day you see green, that has a psychological effect. And I think once you're used to that level, then, you know, that becomes the new standard of living. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nathan. Wow, what a brilliant idea and innovation. So, Mr. Nathan, please remain on the stage. I think we all agree that we are facing the same problems, air pollution, especially in Indonesia, and we are eager to hear the feedback or questions from the judges. Okay, Mr. Amir, please.
Hi, Nathan. Yeah, I've been discussing, you know, this issue also with your co-founders, by the way. I need to make sure that, I mean, like the idea and the solutions that coming from Navas is actually very unique because we don't have like similar problem and similar solutions coming from the developed countries. Maybe, can you elaborate more about this one?
So I think in developed countries, so we're building an end-to-end platform, right? And so the outdoor network, for example, in developed countries, that's infrastructure that's provided by the government. And typically in developed countries, buildings have very strict regulation. In Singapore, for example, there are very strict codes for building ventilation and filtration. So you have basically built-in solutions already. So you don't really need to have a modular system, right? Basically, companies just create these devices just to verify and measure. So I think, you know, in a polluted city, the needs are just quite different. There's a lack of infrastructure, a lack of regulation, and so this is where we see an opportunity to build an end-to-end business.
Okay, so one more questions. I think Mr. Haryanto again.
Sorry
okay.
for asking a lot of questions.
No problem.
Hi, Nathan. Can I ask 2 questions?
Okay.
So
yes.
the first one is,
you still have time.
How does the technology really work, and is that proprietary to you, or like how does it work, right?
So
maybe Well, why don't you take a stab at that first, and I'll ask the second question.
Yeah. So the hardware is actually quite basic, and I think when you look at even, you know, for example, like a Fitbit, or I'm wearing an Oura ring. A lot of the sensors, a lot of the hardware that is typically used in these devices are actually quite commodified. The value is in the software, right? So it's how do you collect all of this raw data, and how do you turn that into health insights, for example, right? So we're taking that same approach whereby we have a number of different devices. Of course, we've built them ourselves, and we've created this system whereby, for example, you know, an entire building, you can have hundreds of purifiers in different floors, different everything. So we've created a software to basically manage and automate an entire fleet of devices. So this device here can connect up to 100 purifiers, and it can measure in real time and then regulate the performance of all of those purifiers. And so you have a very user-friendly and automated system. So that is proprietary, but really what we're building is, I think a data business in the long term. So the air quality health score, I think, is something going to be very, very useful, for example, for health insurance companies, right? If we can tell you that, hey, We know what the air quality profile of this person based on where he lives, based on his day-to-day activities. Then there's a lot that we can tell about, for example, what are the risks of respiratory disease? What are the risks of cardiovascular disease? And when you start mapping out, air pollution and health, you start to get this massive universe of like, wow, actually, it's a huge health indicator. So I think what we're building that's proprietary is the data, which is coming from our own devices. So that's proprietary data. And it's what we're doing with that data that I think is going to be very valuable.
Got it. But to make the air clean, that's just basically purifiers.
Yes. So purifiers is basically the most effective purifiers are HEPA and carbon purifiers. Right? The only issue is that most purifiers are under spec and they're not correctly installed. And actually, when you're trying to clean a building, you have to look at a few things. You need to look at, well, what's the occupancy level, right? If I'm in this room and I'm all alone versus, let's say 100 people in the room, I'm gonna need a very different level of filtration, right? And then we look at volume, we look at a few other metrics. And so I think that, most people are used to just having a purifier and it turns on, but you don't really know whether it's working or not. Our system actually delivers performance you can measure. So for example, over here it's 38, which is quite bad. In clean air zones, our SLA is that we maintain it below 12. So it's green throughout business hours.
Sure. So do I have time?
Okay, yes. 1 minute left.
Okay. So the second question is on business model, right? So you mentioned a 3-year contract, which is mostly on the hardware side. But my question is, since the technology is really on the software, why are you not monetizing post the 3 years, with a software subscription?
So the minimum contract is 1 year, and it goes all the way up to 3 years. So basically, a 1-year contract versus a 3-year contract, the monthly fee on a 3-year contract is obviously going to be less, but we bundle all the hardware and software. So as, let's say you're a school and you have like 50 classrooms, you pay a monthly fee, and we come in and we set everything up. It includes all of the devices, all the hardware, as well as all of the connectivity. So everything is bundled into a monthly subscription.
Okay, wow, Mr. Haryanto is very curious about Nafas. Yeah. Okay, please give a big round of applause to Mr. Nathan Rostandi, CEO of Nafas. You can return to your seat. Thank you so much. So Nafas came with a fresh idea, the air quality app. We can have the most accurate air quality data for our everyday life. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, how is your feeling? Are you still excited to see upcoming startups? Yeah, I cannot hear your voice. Do I have to give you a merchandise so I can hear your voice? Okay, let's have a bit of fun. I will give you a merchandise. I have 3 sets of merchandise for 3 people who can answer my questions. I am not the judges, so my question is quite simple. Okay, the first question. Where will the Startup World Cup 2023 Grand Final be held? Please raise your hand. Okay, the first one that I see, yes, the lady back there. Can you please stand up and introduce yourself, your name, and what is the answer?
Hello, my name is Felicia Putridewanto. You can call me Felis. So the answer for where this event will be held is in Silicon Valley.
Yes, okay, in San Francisco.
San Francisco.
USA, yeah? Okay, that's the right answer. You can have 1 merchandise. Okay, thank you, Miss Felicia. Okay, so the second question. Okay, if you have watched and if you have listened to the presentation, you can answer this question. This is quite simple and quite easy, actually. What is the name of the startup that appeared in 3rd place? Okay, the 3rd place. Do you know the name? Okay, yes. The one who wore the red shirt, you can answer the question. Don't forget to introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Joshua Mihai Daniel Nader, and the answer to this question is Pasar Now.
Pasar Now, yes, that's the right answer. Okay, thank you, Mr. Joshua. Yes, Pasar Now. Okay, so The last questions, last but not least. Okay, this is about the judges. Okay, wow, everyone's so serious about the judges, yeah? Who can mention the names and positions of all the judges from Midtrans Next Level? Yeah, there are 5 judges here. Can you name one by one the name and the positions? Each judges. Ah, okay, I think the judges laughed. Okay, yes. Mister, please stand up so we can see your face. Introduce yourself first.
Yeah, hello. My name is Stephen. Okay, let me answer the question. The first one is Mr. Hayanto Tanjo. He is head of merchant service at GTF and co-founder of Mocha.
Okay, so smart. Second one.
The second one is Mr. Aswin T. Utomo. He is the CIO and Chief of Staff Technology at Tokopedia. The third one is Mrs. Samira Shihab. She is the principal, head of value creation at AC Ventures. The fourth one is Mr. Amir Karimuddin. He is the general partner of DSX Ventures. The last one is Ayan Sulaiman. He is the VP of investment at Tree Hill Capital.
Yeah, even though you read all the names, yeah. Yeah, you got the merchandise, the last merchandise. Thank you, Mr. Stephen. Okay, yeah, we just have fun, you know. So we are more curious and excited for the upcoming startups. Okay, without further ado, this is the 6 startups. Let's welcome Mr. Arshi Rizkun Fata, CEO and co-founder Rivan Way.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Arsi from Refundway. So, Refundway consists of refund right away. Refund process in Indonesia is still very painful and distressing, where there's 1,000 of articles out there express how the dissatisfaction of post-purchase of customer. One of my friend, he have to wait 9 months just to receive his money back when he have to refund the airline ticket. So on the day that we try to check what's the problem, there's 2 ways. The first one is customer problem, where everything is still too manual and non-transparent, very slow, where they have to waiting for more than 30 days to receive their money back, and it requires big effort. In merchant side, there's unpredictable cash flow and still manual and non-optimal operational costs, also negative for brand reputation. And of course, all of this will impact for their repurchase rate. So introducing Refundway. Refundway is instant refund platform in cash where we help to process the refund directly into customer bank account within 24 hours upon merchant approval. So how it works is as simple as 1, 2, 3, 4, where customer can request refund and we validate the request, and also merchant will review and approve, and we will distribute the money directly into the bank account within 24 hours with 10% deduction. And we will bill the merchant at the end of the month. So how big is the market size? In 2022, there's the TAM size is 31 billion and the sum is 1.5 billion, where we take 10% of the take rate, which is potentially we can acquire 150 million of revenue. So how Refundway make money? There's the first one is we offer the top-up balance for the merchant. With we offer them 3% of platform fee for the partner side. The second one is the credit line, where we, of course, we charge 3% in partner side, and we also receive 10% deduction fee from the customer, and the rest is from the shipping fee. And how big is the traction and pipeline? At the moment, we just established since this January, and we already do the refund within this 3 months. And with those 6 of MOU that already signed with us, we have $1 million USD of annual combined GTV. And we already processed 15,000 USD of refund within this 3 months with 300% MOM of growth. So what we are looking for? We are looking for 500K seat for this round, and with this money we will achieve 15 million GTV by 2024. And Refundway is also a portfolio of Endler. We received our pre-seed funding early this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, judges, do you have any feedback or questions, please? We still have a lot of time. Okay. Judges, who wants to give a questions? Okay, Ms. Samira.
So you had mentioned that you aim to reach how much in 2024?
We aim 15 million
15
in
million.
GTV.
In GTV.
Yes.
How does that look like when it comes to profitability?
Okay, so because our take rate is 10%, so estimated it will be 10% from those GTV. And how to achieve that? We try to acquire airlines, which is airlines is the biggest pain in the refund process right now. For example, like we already discussed with CityLink. CityLink at least processed 1 million USD of refund every month. And we are in the middle of commercial stats with them.
Okay, we still have a time and we can receive maybe 2 more questions. Okay, Mr. Ian?
How does the process work?
Okay.
How could the refund be faster with?
Okay, so like this, as simple as we help the merchant to simplify their refund process, because something like this. There's a customer want to request the refund from one of our merchant, and we give them our money first, and then we will bill the merchant at the end of the month. That's how we try to solve the time issue here.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned about the 9-month.
Yes.
Refund.
Yes.
Time required.
Yes.
But it's expedited to 24 hours.
Yes.
How you made that possible?
Okay, like this. If this will be a case by case. For the example, in airline case, so we are able to access the backend of the airlines, and we able to validate all of those ticket if there's a customer want to do the refund there. And after we validate, we ask the airline to approve it or not within 24 hours. And our vision is we can make it in the minute as long as we already connecting all of the API there. And we also help the airline to do the KYC, because in the airline itself, they still do it semi-manually. What they're using is Excel files in the list of those customer refund, and their customer service still checking the ID of the passenger, and also need to check the PNR and the ticket. Do they already paid or not? What kind of payment method they use? And we help them to simplify all of it. And also we help them to reconcile the data. Does the payment is already being paid or not in the CityLink bank account? That's how we try to work. So that's why we can make it, and we can help them to receive it instantly.
Okay, Ms. Samira and Mr. Ian have asked the question to Mr. Arshi. Maybe, okay, Mr. Aswin first.
Yeah, so basically, you refund those that are confirmed okay to be refunded, right? Else
Correct.
you wouldn't take the 24-hour.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Okay, Mr. Amir?
Yeah, I need to figure out. I mean, like you're saying about you paying the customer from your own, money.
Yes.
With that, how much that do you think that you can, manage? I mean, like you were mentioning about you want to have like a 15 million
Yes.
GTV, for example.
Okay.
How much do you need to, prepare upfront?
Yes. Okay. So like this, there's a two way from where's our money supplies came from. The first one is from the merchant itself. The second one is from the LP or might be a lending partner. At the moment, we have a discussion with a few lending partner that are willing to partnership with us, and we help them as a bridging. So the one who will loan the money is not Refundway, but it's our merchant side. So that's why how we able to help, and we confident to aim those number.
Okay. Okay, and the last question, maybe Mr. Haryanto, you always have a question for the participants.
Yes.
Do you have any?
Sure. I mean, to be honest, I don't fully understand how the process works.
Okay.
In my mind, sure, it's a customer problem, but from the merchant point of view, usually the challenge is not about the like the the process itself, but it's whether they want a refund or not, right? So if I'm a customer and I use your platform to refund, but at the end of the day, 95% of the time I get rejected, then that's also not helping me as a customer.
Yes.
So how do you, instead of just facilitating the process, also help increase the approval rates of refunds for your customers?
Okay, so like this. At the moment, the way we try to help is not only in the customer side, but we also help the merchant side. What we offer to our merchant side is, let's say we want to improve their customer satisfaction about the post-purchase experience. So by then, with with uh, with the way that Refundway simplify the process, it will reduce their overhead costs for just to do the refund. The thing in the merchant side is why they don't like the refund or return thing, because just for one item they have to pay customer services, they have to pay more people to check the product, even though that they are supposed to be focusing on the selling. That's why we offer the service for them.
Okay, thank you, judges, for the questions. Please give a big round of applause to
Thank you.
Mr. Arshi. Thank you so much. You can return to your seat. Thank you, Mr. Arshi, who have answered all the questions successfully. Refundway is a solution for a refund process. So, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 3 startups left, and we are so excited to see the next startup. So let's find out, and let's welcome Mr. Agung Bimo Listiadu, CEO and co-founder Carbon Ethics.
Good afternoon, esteemed judges and all of the audience. My name is Bimo and really humbled to be here to share more about our startup, Carbon Ethics. We are on a mission on fighting back climate crisis and restoring climate balance. And our startup aims to accelerating the carbonization through tech-enabled natural climate solutions. Starting back with 3 founders with same values and also principle for the people and planet. We're a professional worker back then, and with the mix of sales, marketing, finance, and also technical background in regenerative agriculture and also renewable energy, with multiple industry in oil and gas, consumer goods, and consulting. So with this form of founders, we want to solve the problem of climate crisis. We see that everybody now is talking about the climate change, carbon emissions, and from the commercial side, a lot of carbon market demand is increasing, is expected to grow by 15 times by 2030 and 100 times by 2050. However, to be able to make the world's having the transitions to low carbon economy, it's just not enough. Only 1.3% carbon project is available to make it happen. So we need to focus on the supply side, supply of carbon credit. That is why we want to accelerate high quality and integrity carbon credit supply by regenerating exploited forests. So it can be from blue ecosystem in the coastal sea or in a green ecosystem in the terrestrial forest, from the exploited to become protected forest by combining tech and also grassroots initiatives on the ground. So we offer 2 products for our clients. So our clients is mainly B2B. The first one, result-based payment, where we manage the sustainability funds of corporate and convert it into impact projects on carbon. The second one, doing carbon offset. So as of now, we do blue and green carbon, providing service for the corporations to direct purchase and complying with Indonesian regulations that just recently released for the carbon trade. So as a carbon project developer, we see that's a lot of process that needs to be automated. So when we collaborate with the government or the landowner or social forest, we see that it needs a lot of time for us to go for a secondary study, feasibility on the ground, project design, and then seeking for the financing of the projects up until the monitoring of the carbon itself. But with this repetitive process, we saw the opportunity to automate the process. So this is where the technology comes into play. And we, an avid believer of technical expertise and science cannot be substituted fully. So that's why technology will complement that in order to make our projects have speed and also more accuracy to be able to have a credible in terms of impact. So in the terms of answering the global demands, a lot of corporations right now is aiming for the net zero commitments. And Indonesia has the huge potential for become the top players in terms of the supplier of carbon credits. For example, we are the top 1 blue carbon reservoir potential in the world and top 8 in terms of forest area. So this one we want to capitalize so that Carbonetics can have to secure 10% of Indonesia carbon market share by 2030. So where we are right now, we are on the revenue generating stage. Last year we are on the positive cash flow. We are just closed our pre-seed round in a couple months back, and this year we aiming for $2 million revenue. We have 200 B2B partners already in place to us, have a contract, and much more than that, when we develop projects, we're not only thinking about what's the commercial part, but we also engage the woman participations. For example, 35% of our farmers is women. And by the way, our batik that I use here is also made from mangrove waste. And from that, we also increasing the income for the beneficiaries for up to 5 times versus their baseline. And all of this impact we formalize into a framework called social return of investment. So every $1 invested to carbon ethics, we can actually deliver $4 of social value in return. And this is validated by One Young World and also PwC at that time. So this is the big names that we have working with. And by the way, if you are able to have the chance to also go with Transjakarta to go to this venue, all of the halte, the stations, is actually you can participate the carbon offset by scanning the QR code in all of the monitors there. And yeah. So last word from me, we envision to build a world where decarbonization's effort is effortless. We aiming to restore 8 million of hectares of land under management and generate 120 million tons of carbon credits, while also restoring biodiversity and also improving economy of local beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agung. Your presentation is very interesting. So, judges, if you have any question, Mr. Agung would be pleased to answer the questions. Please. Who wants to go first? I think Mr. Amir or Mr. Aswin? Okay.
I'll go first. So I see in your slides, you say you focus on leveraging technology to accelerate. Could you elaborate more on that?
Yeah, so as of now, the process of us doing the project development is very manual. So we do, for example, secondary data by doing manual analysis, downloading the maps, deforestation rate, etc. So this one can be automated. So first of all, what we want to do is that to create some digitalized platform where the supply or the landowner government can see the potential of their land's carbon credits, but at the same time, in terms of corporate, they can see what the projects looks like and which wants to be invested in their platform. So it's so with this process, we eliminate all of the manual process that happens in terms of project development. And this is where the technology comes into play. So in terms of which technology that we want to use, first of all, we exploring to also use the monitoring in terms of the satellite imagery, LiDAR, IoT as well to see whether we can see the carbon tracking monitoring real time. But at the same time also exploring to use generative AI to be able to have a predictive analysis in terms of the deforestation rate and also the carbon predictions in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Aswin, for the questions. Mr. Amir?
Yeah, I think by the end of this year, the government will be like to create some sort of a carbon exchange platform, and how it will, help or leverage the carbon ethics, business in terms of, delivering, the land that you offer to the mass market, to the potential buyers and stuff.
Yeah, I think the carbon exchange that we lost this September will have access to markets that's even bigger. That's why, in terms of that, we don't want to be a carbon marketplace, because at the end of the day, the carbon marketplace will be taken care also by the government approved by OJK, for example. We want to provide carbon supply to this Bursa carbon exchange. So as of now, our business model is to sell the project upfront to the clients. So meaning they can pre-purchase the credits. But in the future, with this carbon exchange, it can be able for us to access the better pricing of carbon credits, at the same time also wider audience for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Amir, for the questions. We still have one more last questions. Okay, Mr. Ian.
How does the revenue work?
Yeah. So the revenue so far is coming from the corporates that purchasing projects. So because in the before, it's not really formalized in the regulations. That's why we not sell the credits yet. But corporate usually wants to develop this project in terms of their social impact. But there is a carbon impact that's we really measure, but not really carbon credits as a commodity we produce. So in the next model, because the carbon regulations is just formalized this year, we want to able to activate these certified carbon credits so that be able to sell this credit later on in the market.
How about the current revenue that has been booked?
Yeah. So as of now, we aiming for $2 million US. In terms of this year revenue. As of now, we already achieved 30% of the actual sales, but the rest will be on the contractual basis. Yeah.
I mean, what sort of service that you deliver?
Carbon, yeah.
To justify the revenue, basically.
The revenue, okay. Usually,
the current.
Usually the corporate that comes to us already have the what sort of tons that they want to go for absorb in terms of project. So we convert that into project and they pay for us in terms of project development. So that's how the revenue goes before we can sell the credits. Yeah.
So project development
yes.
fee, basically. That's
exactly.
Okay, thank you. And we still have time. Ms. Samira, perhaps? Do you want to give any feedback? No? Mr. Haryanto?
Can you maybe share about your team? Your team members?
Yeah, so my team members, so myself have myself background is more into sales and also ESG investing in regenerative agriculture. So my co-founders there, Jessica, have a background in management consulting and also in marketing. Another one is more into finance and also renewable energy. We have also technical expertise, PhD in blue carbon, and also another one in the forestry sector. So those two, so we are on the progress of transforming our organizations to become more tech-enabled. But as of now, our basis is science and also technical expertise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Agung. Thank you so much, Mr. Agung, for answering the questions. For judges have given the questions. Okay, so carbon ethics is accelerating decarbonization through tech-enabled natural climate solutions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have watched and listened to 7 participants or startups, and we have 3 more left. I think that you already have your favorite startups, but now let's welcome Mr. Ray Pulungan, CEO and founder, Pintar.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Ray Pulungan. I'm the CEO and founder of Pintar, a worker enablement platform. We operate across Indonesia. We have more than 2 million users. Our user segment is defined as anyone who's legally eligible to work in Indonesia's labor market. But generally speaking, our users cluster between the 18 to 35-year age range. Okay, so we have 4 products, basically, that's delivered on our platform. We have formal education, we have skills development, we have corporate training, and we have talent placement. We are basically in the business of creating market opportunity, and to that end, the challenge that we face is one of labor competitiveness. As you all know, Indonesia is a large country. We have about 280 million people as part of our population, and half of that is in the workforce, actively working. And that workforce too is young. 30% is under 30 years of age. But if you ask employers, 2/3 of them would say that that workforce is not properly trained or suited for their current roles. And the problem with this is that there's a supply-demand gap between formal education and industry, where education programs as designed are not in line wholly with the labor requirements of industry. And the consequence of this is there's alarmingly high youth unemployment. It takes a while to get a job if you are a young person. And some 70% of that workforce falls into the informal economy, where workers don't get basic benefits such as healthcare, social security. Prospects for career advancement and intergenerational social mobility are also dim. So at Pintar, we aim to address this problem by creating an ecosystem around the worker by first providing technology infrastructure for our enterprise customers so they can develop their talent with better training programs and clearer career pathways. That same technology we use to do digital delivery of content for our education partners, our training partners, association, and placement partners, so they could design better credentialing criteria, as well as learning pathways that are aligned with the fast-changing labor requirements of industry. Now, I guess the question you would ask is, why would any of these partners or providers work with Pintar at all? Well, in this age of abundant information, lots of things to learn from many different sources, no one provider can provide all the training, skilling, and credentialing requirements that exist within the enterprise. So Pintar's role is to curate industry-relevant programs so that our learners could, at a more competitive price point, with more selection, with more convenience, build a portfolio of skills and credentials that are demanded by industry, as informed by the work that we do with our enterprise customers. So we map our insights, and then we produce pathways for learners to actually get jobs and economic opportunity. So this is the portfolio of solutions that we have currently. As I mentioned before, we have formal education, which we call Pintar Degrees, which is our ability on our platform to convert diplomas and degrees that are fully accredited and recognized. We also have skills development, which we call Pintar Skills, which is the ability to train on recognized industry-specific as well as professional competencies. We have talent development or talent placement, talent placement, which we call Pintar Opportunity, which we actually source and place candidates, but also provide just-in-time job readiness preparation. Now, all of these opportunities, or all of these offerings, we stack on top of our enterprise customers' proprietary training modules, which we call Pintar Enterprise, so they can develop a more well-rounded, resilient, and engaged workforce. And that is actually resonating with our enterprise customers. We have about, in total, 25,000 monthly active users. Our ARPUs are steadily growing, and we operate on very healthy margins on a unit economics basis. We operate our business such as any other distribution business, but we also stand to benefit from revenue enhancement, from having multiple monetization opportunities on different sides of our platform, as well as the ability to capture higher margins through developing our own programs and providing value-added support services designed to ensure successful user outcomes. Outcomes are important in our business because we represent that learning leads to opportunity. So what does that look like from a user perspective? For our degrees vertical, that could mean actually obtaining an otherwise hard to get for a variety of reasons, but mostly for access, diploma or a degree, and getting a job, right? And entering the formal economy. For our skills vertical, that could mean for someone who runs a business, actually being able to generate incremental sales through a new channel or a new market. For our enterprise vertical, that could mean someone who's just upskilling, gaining new tools, frameworks, and getting their first-time responsibilities as a first-time manager and setting themselves up for further career mobility. We also care about outcomes because, frankly speaking, it reflects a positive user experience that ultimately drives our flywheel through positive word of mouth. So these are just more concretely some examples of our users. On the top right, you would see someone who is living with disabilities and has mobility issues, having a hard time to access a normal campus-based program, and now is able to learn, get a degree at Pintar, and get a job. She was previously working at a seamstress, and now she works as a marketing professional. Below that, to your left, is a use case where you have someone who's selling snack products locally, but now being connected through a peer network of subject matter experts as well as financiers. This person now understands how to actually prepare her business to sell overseas, yeah, and access new market opportunities beyond borders. And then the one beside that is someone who actually has been impacted, another business owner who has been impacted by COVID, had to shut down the business, reskill on Pintar, and actually open up a new business in a different category, and that business today is still thriving. So if we're able to do our jobs well, we believe that there's still a lot of reach and impact that we can do along these lines. We feel that Indonesia has still a lot of untapped opportunity. You may argue that Indonesia is already a big economy, it's growing consistently at 5% GDP, and our income per capita is already at 5,000, yeah, reaching middle income status. But I would counter argue that a lot of the problems that we see in our society, and a lot of that, yeah, whether that's socially, environmentally, economically, can be solved if we actually look and focus on the most critical factor in any production function, in the function of any economy, and that is labor, yeah, workers, and more generally people, yeah. If you optimize that for ingenuity, productivity, and wealth creation, that macro picture could be way much better. So at Pintar, we're really focused on outcomes, socioeconomic outcomes. We believe in the Indonesian economy, the Garuda economy, and what we hope is that as it continues to soar, that our economy becomes more equitable and inclusive, so that our workers, the people who are actually the backbone of the economy, also become productive before we become old. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Thank you for your exceptional presentation. Now it's time to our judges to ask their question. Ms. Samira, okay, go first.
Thank you, Ray, for your presentation. So I have a question. It seems like you're targeting a few different segments, right? Whether that's B2B or straight to consumer. I wonder, what is your sweet spot and what industries do you cater to most?
We do well on the B2B side. So we provide basically the infrastructure for their corporate academies, and that's used for their employees internally, also for their external constituents such as suppliers and for hiring people within their area of operations. So that's growing like gangbusters. But what we're trying to do is use that, leverage that to actually drive a B2C GTM, which is a bit more challenging for us. But we feel that the issue with, I guess, learning on the B2C side is a question of intrinsic motivation, right? People, our thesis in this market, people don't learn because learning is fun or learning actually elevates you from another perspective. I think if you tie it to economic outcomes, you generate that intrinsic motivation, yeah, to learn.
So when you said you target B2B, what is it that you actually supplement? Is it leadership, or what kind of skill set is it?
In terms of competencies, it's a lot of it is proprietary, or that's how we start. So it's their IP, their training internally. But then we layer our own content and external content that we aggregate. And those topics are typically business, technology, or digital skills, as well as professional development.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Samira. And we are pleased to have 2 more questions from the judges. Okay, Mr. Haryanto, please.
Hi, Ray.
Hi.
Can you comment on your MAU? It seems like your MAU has gone down quite drastically, except for your enterprise segment, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so there was a bit of a shift in, I guess, approach and strategy. Initially, this business was an OPM where we ran university online programs end to end. It was very operationally heavy. And coming out of the pandemic, we realized a lot of the universities feel that they can actually run those programs themselves. So we had to change our partnership model with those university partners, where we actually scope down and return a lot of the functions to them. I mean, the impact for us is basically our revenue model is a take rate model, so that compresses as well. but we still maintain those relationships, right? So that's where you see the numbers coming down, because they're actually doing some of that themselves in terms of the digital marketing, right? So we focus, to that point with Samira, on the B2B, which is very new. Last year, we were doing 300K, we grew 100 times in year on year. So that's what we're focusing on as the momentum for the flywheel effect, yeah. On the skills side, it's mostly a government program that has come down after the pandemic, and those numbers have dropped off steeply. What you see there are programs that we run that are 2 to 6 months. What we're trying to do to get those numbers back up is do more bite-sized programs, yeah, to serve as lead gen for the university business, as well as an extra layer cake for the enterprise business.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Haryanto, for the questions. Other judges? Okay, questions or insights or feedbacks?
Yeah,
please.
I'm following that questions from Haryanto. After the prakerja, I mean, like we see that startups in edtech see like lots of turbulence in terms of revenue and sustainability. What about Pintar? How do you manage to fight the storms?
Yeah, Prakarja was the creating of the Prakarja business was a hit to us as well. We're no exception. But what we've done when we started the B2B business, we tried to accelerate B2B sales to backfill the revenue that we anticipated that would come down year to year.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Amir, okay, let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Ray. Thank you so much. You can return to your seat. Okay, Mr. Ray has managed to explain Pintar comprehensively and effectively. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So the next up, we have Mindtera. So without further ado, let's welcome Ms. Tita Ardiati, CEO and co-founder Mindtera.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tita Ardiati. I'm CEO and co-founder of Mindtera. My background is statistician, but do not worry, I'm not teaching you stat now. But I will show some stats. And I have been working as data scientist for over than 15 years as of now. I used to look into the trend analysis and found a pattern. If you look at the screen, this is Mindtera's vision. And it's born from a pattern that I found. 20 years ago, Indonesia faced a crisis of economic, and the society has been facing a massive chaotic. 3 years ago, we faced pandemic, and everyone is drawn into the uncertainty, grievance, and also this year's, we all know that we are in the big wave of laying off. Everyone is in the mental lock, right? But do you know what the pattern is? We never been taught before on how to be resilient, on how to rebound faster, and keep productive in any situations. So here, according to the ILO, so Indonesia has 0.5 trillion USD that untapped economic growth out there. And the only way we can unlock it by increasing the productivity by 60%. But the question is, how can the employee becoming productive if they cannot even manage the stress well? And then, if we want to ask our employee to do extra miles, how can they do it if they think that they already delivered their best efforts and there's no room to enhance? So this is well projected. So we keep, Indonesia is kept consistently in the bottom 5 of productivity rank according to Asian countries. And of course, organizations out there, they are doing a lot of things. They do intervention, they do programs, but it's limited to ad hoc programs. It's limited to one-time cases. So what's Mindtera offer here is a more continuous, sustainable product solutions. So we call it Employee Assistance Platform. And this is the first employee assistance platform in Indonesia out there. But what makes us different from the employee assistance platform from outside Indonesia? First, our approach is assessment, insight, and report. So we measure all the employees' behavior inside the platform using the cognitive behavior and cognitive health analysis, and then giving organization an early detection of underperformed talents. And from here, we're not stopping there. If there's an alert, the employee will be assisted to meet the psychological expert, the coach expert, and the nutritionist expert based on their background of the problems. And how about the rest of the employees that already doing well? We're not stopping there. We're improving them to be more, to have more growth mindset, to teach them about how to stay productive in any situations. And of course, this all fascinating assessment that we have, we're not doing it alone. We do our homework that we're partnering with our top-notch research partner from the top-notch universities. And this sector is actually valued around $1 billion US. Right now, it's spent by the organization. And there is one common output from this 1 billion. It's certificates of training development. Of course, Indonesians love certificates, but 10 certificates can 10 times improve the business growth? Well, if yes, all of us will be happy. But if the 10 certificates cannot bring the company anywhere, Mindtera is happy to take the cake. We just started here, this new sector, and if you look into this early traction of product market fit, the most important thing from this traction is not this trend line, but this trend line is coming from the high-profile corporates that we have onboarded. So, do I happy with this customer? Yes, I'm happy. I'm able to onboard these high-profile corporates, but I'm also worried, like few months ago, whether do we have really impact to these organizations. Thankfully, today I can proudly say that this is the impact that we bring to the organizations. So we're able to reduce the absenteeism by 60%. And also the employee is happy to use our apps. And one of the things that that I feel most proud is the clients say that we are the platform that having highest usage adoption rate compared with other providers. And of course, I will need to thank my co-founders because his background is creative agency. So he makes all of these complicated things becoming the human approach. So our technology can speak human. At the end, any innovations, any movement to recover economics, to recover society, to recover environment, everything started with recovering the people first. So that's the reason why Mindtera exists at the first. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, Ms. Tita Ardianti, thank you so much. Now it's time for our judges to ask their questions. I think Ms. Samira wants to go first.
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. So I have a question. Just correct me if I'm wrong. The target is actually for like CHROs, right? Those are your consumers, but the users are the employees.
Yes.
So the companies won't continue to invest in this platform unless they see results, right? So can you share us some case studies that you've witnessed in certain organizations that have used Mindtera? That's number one. And what's the overall retention rate? So say they start using it in January, fast forward 2 years, how many % are still using it?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Those are 2 questions from Ms. Samira.
Okay, yeah, so actually because the model is subscription, like annual subscription, and the whole employee, it's giving an access to the whole employees. And one of the interesting thing that actually we look back then with our clients. There are a lot of source of stress from the employees, but it's not 100% coming from works, actually. It's coming from their family. It's coming from their relationship. But HR cannot interfere with it, right? So there's, Mindera is having a biggest impact because even though we are not HR, but we are allowed to make an impact, to make an interfere to these cases. So that's why the employee feels safe using our apps, and also they feel it's easy to use for our apps. So yeah, that's the answer to your first question. Is it answering your questions?
Yeah, the second question.
Okay.
Yeah, you can answer the second question.
Okay, the second question. So we still have 90% of our clients since the first product pilots until today. And yeah, we're keep acquiring the new ones. Yeah.
So after 2 years, you're saying that 90% are...
Yeah, they're still subscribed to us.
And sorry, just one more clarifying question. Going back to number one, what is the actual solution that you're providing? Is it like coaches or therapists?
Okay, yeah. Okay, so first, the employer, they will have a dashboard, and the employees will have an applications, and this application will consist of a lot of assessments, and whatever they do inside these apps, it's basically assessment, a behavior assessment, and HR in the dashboard they can see the early detection of underperformance talents. So in Mindera, that's the technology part. And then in this platform, the employee can directly book to the, it's not only therapists, there is a career coach, parenting coach, everything based on their problems. So basically, we provide the assessment, the report, and the treatment, and also the improvement plan for the employee that already doing fine. So yeah, that's basically our products.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Samira, for the questions. And one more questions, perhaps? Okay, from Mr. Ian, please.
Quick one. Are the employees mandated to use the app periodically? Is it mandatory or is it voluntary?
Actually, it's voluntarily. So first is voluntarily. However, we always have like a monthly engagement, like doing a coaching session, and we do activities within the apps as well. So that's why they keep remember opening the Mindera apps. So and then there is a personal or individual report as well. So basically, corporates and individual see the same report. So that's why they keep coming, they keep checking on themselves, and that's how we want to help the employee keep stay productive in any situations.
Okay, so time is up. Thank you so much. Please
Thank
give a big
you.
round of applause to Ms. Tita Ardianti, CEO and co-founder Mindera. Thank you for your explanation and presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, Mindera, a support organization to measure, assist, and improve employees' well-being and productivity. And I think the judges looks more serious about giving the score to each startup. And I think we are also curious about who will be the winner on this competition. And before we find out about the winner, let's welcome the last but not least startup, Mr. Roni Rahardian, CEO and founder, Kick Your Butt.
Good afternoon, judges and everyone. Before I show your deck, we show the video first. This is highlight what we have to do. Okay. My name is Roni Rahardian. I'm a CEO and a founder of Kick Your Butt Project. Actually, Kick Your Butt Project start with the dreams because I am a product designer and our background is designer. So in 2020, I think I need the signature material for our studio because 1,500 graduate from creative. So we need to leverage our studio value with have signature material. So this is our team. We have me as CEO and founder. We have Abi for formulation and chemical. We have Audi for manufacturing. And then we have Hartawan as marketing and development, he recently joined. And Roni Pramaditya as business development is recently. But the uniqueness is we have two team, lab team and design team. This is make us strong. And why cigarette butts? It's a trigger because our studio, we have a coffee shop and 80% area is outdoor. So we produce cigarette was several amount. So this trigger us to pick a cigarette butt as object to develop. And in the government data, we have numbers 4.5 trillion cigarette butts around the world. And in Indonesia, the 300 billion sold cigarette a year. 2/3 in filter. So we assume 200 billion cigarette a year in Indonesia. That's why we think we need to take action. So what we do? The solution for us is we process cigarette butt into Celaflex biopolymer. That's why Celaflex, we have a name for our invention because when the real name is cellulose acetate. It's too heavy to pronounce, so we call Celaflex. We process from a cigarette and then a milling cotton, and we have dissolving and distillation and dehydration. We create the machineries to process those material into a final project is Celaflex. That the strong point of our material is we have a sustainable raw material, and then we are bio-based high quality material, and then this is the important thing is easy step to recycling. We try to recycling our product until 4 times is good quality. And then into 2022, we have a product. This is a list of product what we have done. Multipurpose is our signature. There are several products for 250, 300 bahts. And then the guitar pick. This is the guitar pick is like small and thickness. So it's a proof our material is a gel to produce thin. So this pick guitar now they tested by Semi from Seringai and Burger Kill to roadshow 5 city to prove the material so far so good. And then the important thing we try to produce watch. This is like complexity technique, CNC, and then a screw and so on. So the uniqueness is Celaflex can upcycling another material such as LDPE, fabric, medical mask, coffee ground, and the new product. It's as the sample in front of the judges. This is the important things. That's why what we have to impact for community, impact for creative industries and economy. We aim our material can impact to community because I grew up from community, so we build the community to share about the sustainability. Sustainability is fun actually. So and then we create a circular day to share what we know to other, and then we networking from the buyer, designer, and then recycler. So, and for creative industries, as we know, in graduation from creative degrees, 1,500 a year. So competitive enough to creative industry. So our Selaflex can elevate the design to be a good product. And as we know, when the good quality design and good quality material can elevate the economy too. This is our milestone. In 2020, we start small. We only process around 96 kilogram, equal with 900,000 bahts, because 1 gram is equal with 10 bahts. So we increase in 2021. We slowly increase the processing, but in the 2022 we have two things important. We spike up the process until 60 kilogram, equal with 9,600,000. And in 2022 we have a patent for our process, machineries, and the product. And in 2023 we have achievement. We win Good Design Indonesia as the best design. The material Selaflex, but and then we have a target to process around 1,500. This is a target in 2023, and in 2024 and 2025, we try to scale up to process the cigarette until 36 kilogram. This is our aim in 2024 and 2025. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roni. Wow, what a fantastic presentation. Starting the presentations with an interesting video. So judges, it's your time to ask your questions. Okay, Miss Amira first, please.
Very cool product. I'm very
Thank you.
impressed, yeah. So I actually am very curious about your revenue and traction between your B2B and your B2C. So how does that look like right now? And I'm also curious about the pricing of this, and also your go-to market for consumers in particular.
Okay, for the first, we have a revenue in 2022. We are 525 million B2B only, because we don't have a patent, so we only B2B. And then for the B2C, we through e-commerce. We only release in 2023. So we only release retail start by January 2023. And then for the price, depend on the weight and the use the material, and then the complexity to process. For the multi-purpose, we sell 150.
Okay, Ms. Amira, enough for the answer?
Yeah, just wondering, what's the profit margin on this?
It's 200%.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Amir, for the questions. I think one more questions. Okay, from Mr. Amir, please.
Interesting product, by the way. The first questions will be like, given this is coming from the cigarette butts, is there anything like to verify that it is clinically safe? I mean, like probably for kids and stuff. And then, and the second one, I see that your milestone chart is like you scale lots during your projections will be like in like 10 or maybe 100 times in 2025. Can you share a little bit about your your production, your factory, how many machinery, people, everything? Then how do you scale that many in just like a year or two? Thank you.
Okay. For the first question about the shape for the kit, and then for actually we need the certification, but we are human test with 5 our member in studio wearing, but we need the certification. But in Indonesia, we not found the certification about toxicity, so we need the association or a company or something we can release the certification. And that's why we can spike up the production. We have 5 team in Bandung. Actually, we have a lab in Bandung. It's a simple things. That's why we spiking. We learn in a year, learn how to manufacturing effectivity, and then the formulation. Formulation and then effectivity of manufacturing is important. This we learn. That's why we spiking. We have 5 production line, to 1 chemical and then 1 manufacturing engineers, and then that's why learn spiking, and then the first we small bets, because basically we are designer, not researcher. So we need maybe 1.5 years to learn about what we do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Amir. We still got time, 3 minutes left. Other judges, do you have any questions or feedbacks or input? Mr. Ian, do you want to add something? Or Mr. Haryanto or Mr. Aswin? Okay? Okay, let's give a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Roni Rahardian. Thank you for your fantastic presentation. Wow, move urban creatives to find alternative product materials that is sustainable, robust, and contributes to waste management. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have watched all the presentations, 10 startups who have different ideas, ambitions, innovations, and solutions. But that was an exciting series of pitches. But the judges will decide who will be the winner today. We are curious, I know. Let's find out. But while the judges deliberate and finalize their scores, let's take a moment to appreciate all the entrepreneurs who showcased their innovative ideas today. Each one of them deserves recognition for their hard work and dedication. So to wait for the results of the judges, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to enjoy a networking session in the pantry area. I'm Suci Patia. Nice to meet you and see you again. Bye-bye.
Customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran otomatis. Pencairan dana otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Kelola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja, pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
So ladies and gentlemen, we will have 25-minute break and don't forget to come back to the auditorium area to find out who is the winner on this competition. So once again, it's just a reminder, we will have 25 minutes break and don't forget to go back to auditorium area to find out who is the winner on this competition.
Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi, otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi, otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran, otomatis. Pencairan dana, otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Kelola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Daftar Midtrans, hemat waktu pendaftaran, bisa fokus berjualan. Caranya gampang, buka website midtrans.com, klik daftar sekarang, daftarkan akun kamu dengan email dan nomor telepon. Kemudian, lengkapi semua data registrasi yang dibutuhkan. Ingat, semakin cepat data dikumpulkan, semakin cepat Anda bisa menggunakan Midtrans. Daftar payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Mau bisnis aja, pakai nunggu lama. Keburu tua. Pakai Midtrans. Proses pendaftarannya sangat cepat, bisa langsung transaksi. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Transaksi error karena diserbu pelanggan? Pakai Midtrans, bisa proses banyak transaksi pembayaran sekaligus. Buat bisnismu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans. Payment gateway tokomu bikin resah? Pakai Midtrans. Integrasinya mudah, nggak bikin kepala gerah. Buat sistem pembayaran di tokomu jadi lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kamu bisa satset tanpa takut ribet. Karena Midtrans memiliki banyak pilihan integrasi, mulai dari yang simple tanpa coding, hingga customize dengan API. Integrasi payment gateway lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Dengan Midtrans, kelola bisnis serba otomatis. Rekap transaksi, otomatis. Notifikasi transaksi, otomatis. Atur jadwal pembayaran, otomatis. Pencairan dana, otomatis. Semua serba otomatis. Kelola bisnis makin praktis. Semua transaksi jadi lebih lancar dengan Midtrans.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants, please kindly enter the auditorium area. The event will begin very soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished guests, all the participants, please come back to auditorium area. We will announce the winner very soon. Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Midtrans Next Level Goes to Startup World Cup Pitching Day. Can we please give a big round of applause? Yes, so we can be more excited to find out who is the winner on this competition. And we hope you all enjoy the amazing and exciting startups on this event. It was a tough competition, ladies and gentlemen, and all the startups gave their best performance. Now, the moment you've been waiting for, the announcement of the winners. But before we continue, we would like to take this opportunity to thank our honorable judges. Thank you to Mr. Haryanto Tanjo, Head of Merchant Services, GTF and co-founder of Mocha. Mr. Aswin T. Utomo as VP of Engineering Tokopedia. Mr. Amir Karimudin, General Partner, DSX Ventures. Ms. Samira Sihab, Principal Head of Value Creation at AC Ventures. And Mr. V. Ian Sulaiman, VP of Investment, True Hill Capital. Okay, can we appreciate it with a big round of applause to all the judges and all the participants. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we announce the winner, I want to ask something. Who is your favorite startups? I want to hear it louder. Who is your favorite startup? Who will be the winner on this competition? Pintar? Pasar Now? Another startups? Okay, I just hear about Pintar and Pasar Now. Okay, once again, yeah. Who will be the winner on this competition? Okay, so random, yeah. Okay, we will find out who will be going to San Francisco, and we will announce the winners of all startups that have competed today. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that we've been waiting for. The winner of Midtrans Next Level Goes to Startup World Cup is the first presenter, Ray.id. Please give a big round of applause. And we would like to invite Mr. Evan Tano Tagana to come to the stage. So Mr. Evan, CEO and co-founder, Ray.id. Please come to the stage, Mr. Evan. And we would like to invite Mr. Denu and Mr. Sawyer to give the trophy to the winner. Okay, so this is Mr. Denu and Mr. Sawyer. We'll give the trophy to the winner. Okay, so we will count down. Okay, Mr. Denu and Mr. Sawyer, we will count down and you will give the trophy to the winner. 3, 2, and 1! Congratulations to Ray.id! Okay, so we will take a picture together. So the first picture, the formal pose. The first one is the formal pose. And to the center. Okay, the first one, the formal pose. 1, 2, and 3. And the free pose, exciting pose. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and we would like to invite all the judges to come to the stage. Join all the winner and join Mr. Danu and Mr. Sawyer. Please, judges. Okay. So the winner gets to compete in the big finale of the Startup World Cup in San Francisco on December 1st. They will have a shot at winning a whopping $1 million investment from Pegasus Tech Ventures. Wow. Okay, so this is Ray.id. 1, 2, 3. Formal pose. Okay, free pose. And the next pose. More excitement, perhaps? Yes. Okay. Okay, hold on, hold on. 3. Okay. More excited? Look at the center of the camera. 1, 2, and 3. Yay! Please give a big round of applause to the winner. Thank you so much to all the judges. Thank you, congratulations to Ray.id. Thank you to Mr. Danu and Mr. Sawyer. You can return to your seat. Thank you. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Mr. Danu. Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. And thank you, Mr. Afan, CEO and co-founder, Ray.id. And congratulations once again to Ray.id. Once again, we congratulate all participants for their hard work and dedications. We hope you all have a great experience and we look forward to seeing you all again in the future. And I want to remind again that all startups that pitch today are invited to attend the grand finale for workshops, networking, and to support the winning startup at San Francisco, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you all enjoyed today's event and we would like to take a moment to thank everyone who contribute to this event. First of all, we would like to thank all the participants. You have all worked so hard be here and we are very impressed with your skills and dedication. We would also like to thank our judges. Thank you so much. Panelists for giving their time and expertise to the fullest. We couldn't do this without you. And of course, we would like to express our sincere thanks to our event partner, Pegasus Tech Ventures, AC Ventures, Antler Indonesia, BRV Ventures, Gobi Partners, Colibra Capital, OCBC and ISP Ventura, Open Space, Plug and Play, Skystar Capital, SMDV, Spiral Venture, Sinovac Capital, Tree Hill Capital, Daily Social, Google Cloud, Kumpul, Teman Startup, FIDA, Block 71, Web Engage, Hub.id, Uptown Ecosystem, Startup Studio ID. And your support has allowed us to make this event possible. Thank you again for your involvement on this event, ladies and gentlemen, all participants and all the judges. And we couldn't do this without you and we hope to see you all again next year. And with these words of thanks, closing all of our activities today, finally I say goodbye, Sucipatia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and see you at the next Midtrans Next Level. Please give a big round of applause to all of us. Thank you so much. And to all participants, please don't go anywhere. We will have a photo group together with all the judges. So once again to all participants, the 10 startups, don't go anywhere. We will have a photo group together with all the judges.